Ghetto audio check time. Is it that time again? See how audio overall is.
Reminder, memory replacement is the first step towards rank privileges.
Testing. Oh, can you not hear me at all? Hello? There we go. Alright, I think we're good on that. Alright. We gonna do this. It's happening. It's happening. And these are the notes I've been making over the past couple days because I am obsessed. I am overwhelmed thinking about a story that probably didn't have much forethought into it between games at all. So a lot of the questions I have that I want to answer with this run are right here in front of us. So let's move me up here. There we go. So let's go through some of these just to get them out there. G-Man plucked ALYX as a child, but she didn't know who G-Man is. So to lay it all out there, and by the way, this is a spoiler-filled run. We are not savoring things. We are not trying to react to things as they happen, like, oh my god, that happened. This is a replay through, and I'm going to be talking about spoilers throughout the entire Half-Life series. So just be aware of that. So the first question, I think, is a fairly big one. ALYX plucked as a child. In Half-Life 2, Episode 1, the G-Man, in his speech, mentions to Gordon that he plucked ALYX as a child. There was a bunch of naysayers, who I assume were his employers. He didn't actually specify. But he... Obviously, at the end of Half-Life 1, he hires Gordon, makes Gordon go through the portal so that he goes into stasis until Half-Life 2 happens. But at the same time, he also saved ALYX. ALYX, of course, Eli's daughter. Eli's whole family lived at the Black Mesa complex. So Eli was able to escape, but his family was not, except for G-Man plucking ALYX. G-Man saved ALYX from the Resonance Cascade and the Black Mesa incident, which is huge. But after that happens, G-Man just disappears from her life. She never knows who the G-Man is, which is evidence at the end of Half-Life Alyx, because she obviously thought it was Gordon Freeman she was freeing from that cage. So G-Man frees Alyx because he at that point knows that she has value and he wants to capitalize on that value. And that right there encompasses the overarching theories that I've been building up recently. Yes, it is a very important question as far as who the G-Man is. Yes, it's a very important question as to who his employers are, arguably more important than what or who G-Man actually is. But what I want to know is why the G-Man, just about Alyx's entire life, has been obsessed with her, has been seeing this potential, this value in her from a very young age, and he's been seemingly doing things not only to make his employers happy, but at least at the end of Half-Life Alyx, it seems like his end goal has been to get Alyx, which is weird to think about. If he's got employers that he has to answer to, which again, I'm assuming are the naysayers who told G-Man it wasn't worth saving her, it's an interesting question, I think. So, well, I'm not going to spend a whole lot on each one of these because we need to get started playing here. But in Half-Life Alyx, the Vortigaunts weren't aware of what was in the vault. The fact that the Vortigaunts in Half-Life Alyx were taken over, were captured by the Combine to power the device that was keeping the G-Man imprisoned. The Vortigaunts didn't know what they were used for. They didn't know that they were keeping the G-Man at bay. When the G-Man and the Vortigaunts can go into the same, I guess, pocket dimension or enter, I believe the Vortigaunts call it the Vortessence, although I think that's more them calling their kind of collective consciousness the Vortessence. But at the end of episode 1, or the beginning of episode 1, the Vortigaunts are blocking the G-Man from taking Gordon. And yeah, so the Vortigaunts, I think, would have probably known, maybe, possibly. So that's another question. G-Man met opposition for plucking Alyx as a child, would have quelled them if he could. That's what I was talking about earlier. So there is a prevalent theory from... I need to look up this guy's YouTube channel, because for the longest time, this is a theory that I have been subscribed to, and this guy was the one that mostly put it forward. Max Durrott. Let me pull up his video here. So this video right here.
Rise and shine.
Not going to play the whole thing, but Max Durrott, he had some really interesting theories about who the G-Man is, which goes into a lot of the advisor lore from the Brain Grub tweet, in that he believes that the G-Man is a hatched advisor and that his employers are larval advisors. To sum up the Brain Grub tweets real quick, basically that's a Twitter account that Mark Laidlaw, the former lead writer of Half-Life and Half-Life 2, he created this Twitter account to give more backstory to the Sha'ulathoi, or the advisors. Basically, it's in the perspective of Dr. Breen after his consciousness is transferred into an advisor body, which at the end of Half-Life 2, whenever you're chasing him down, will notice them talking about that. basically, it goes into a lot of their lore, and a lot of what was said in that Twitter account was that the advisors are a race of extreme intellect. They're basically one of the most, if not the most intelligent races in all the universe. They communicate completely by telepathy. They trade ideas, dreams, just thoughts as currency between them. And apparently, whenever the Combine found them and began taking them over, because I believe most of them were in the larval state, they went into a very deep sleep to try to not allow the Combine to fully take them over. So though there's still advisors out there that are not taken over by the Combine, that are in this deep sleep mode. And the theory proposed in this video is that the G-Man is working towards helping those advisors, those Sha'ulathoi, by defeating the Combine so that they'd be able to become free. That's rough summation. There's a lot of details in between, but that's the gist of it. I used to subscribe to that theory pretty heavily, but at this point, not wholly, because in the speech in Half-Life 2 Episode 1, when he's talking about how he plucked ALYX, the naysayers, again, assuming that they are his employers that he's referring to, because I don't know who else would be communicating with the G-Man, he said that he's learned to ignore those naysayers if killing him was not an option at the time. And if he really was fighting for the survival of his race, I really don't think that he'd speak of them like that. Even if they don't know that that's what they're, even though Gordon doesn't know that that's who he's talking about, or the naysayers, or his employers. It's always very vague, obviously, to keep things open. So that's a big question I think I have, is whether or not that theory holds true. That's another major thing that I'm going to be looking for during this run. G-Man received interesting offers for Gordon services, multiple employers, partners. Yeah, so at the end of Half-Life 2 proper, he mentions that Gordon is doing so well and that he's got several offers for his services. So that, again, kind of goes against the whole Sha'ulathoi theory with G-Man, because if he's got multiple offers, then I would assume that that means he's got multiple employers. And if his employers are the Sha'ulathoi, you would think that those would be the only employers. Again, theory. Normally wouldn't entertain other offers, but it's an extraordinary time, but he can move through time. So that's another line at the end of Half-Life 2 that G-Man mentions, that we're in extraordinary times. But obviously the end of Half-Life ALYX, he can move through time. He can transport people. He can affect actions. He can see in the future, the past, well, the future, maybe. Yeah, that's another question, is what extraordinary times he was actually referring to. Maybe just the fact that the Combine are there, and he's commenting on that from trying to talk about Gordon's perspective there. That's possible. Arbitrary disposition will make sense in the course of I typed this on my phone, so please forgive the spelling. Not aleberries. I don't know what aleberries are. Yeah, that's just a line that he says where Gordon's arbitrary disposition would make sense in, well, I'm not really at liberty to say. So just whatever that means. Eli knew G-Man rescued ALYX at Black Mesa, probably for his own reasons. That's talking about the end of Half-Life 2 Episode 2, where Eli kind of throws out this just bombshell that everyone forgets about the G-Man being, I mean, obviously G-Man was at Black Mesa during the incident, but the fact that the G-Man provided the crystal that Gordon pushed into the experiment that caused the resonance cascade to happen, and also that the G-Man saved her. So, Magnus and Rocket, extra 8.5 pounds. That was just a random note. Whenever they're flying up the rocket into the end of episode 2 to shut down the major portal, Magnuson just really quickly, as people are coming in the room, mentions, or no, Kleiner mentions that there's an extra 8.5 pounds on the rocket that they launched. So I was just curious if there's any significance with that. Eli convinced G-Man warned about Borealis. Or Eli convinced G-Man warning about Borealis, most likely not due to Half-Life. Yeah, okay. So Eli, as they were walking out of the room from where they launched the rocket from, mentions to Gordon that he's convinced that G-Man is after the Borealis. But I think Half-Life ALYX kind of cancels that out. Because one, the Borealis is mainly about time travel, if Epistle 3 is to be believed. The Borealis had time travel tech, is what both the Combine and everyone is after. That's the whole thing with the Borealis. So Eli was convinced that G-Man was after the Borealis, but one, G-Man doesn't seem interested in it, and two, he can already time travel. So, but if G-Man can't time travel into the future, maybe the Borealis has the tech to go into the future, which maybe. Alex plucked as a child, lives life with no G-Man interference until given the warning. The warning being what G-Man has Alex say, prepare for unforeseen consequences in episode 2. Then 5 years earlier, he speaks to her for the first time when he rescued her and put her in stasis, only then. So that's mostly asking about why the G-Man is interfering with Alex at the points that he is. It seems like, my theory on that is that he wanted to have Eli get killed, and then from there, G-Man goes back in time, gets put into prison purposely, like he does that deliberately, gets put into prison, gets captured by the Combine, and then Alex rescues her, or rescues him. That's enough to get his foot in the door with communicating with her, to where he can then show her the future from his point of view, that Eli dies, and that's where he can allow her to kill the advisor and save her father, which then gives him the ability, or the, I guess, transactional right, quote unquote, to put her in stasis and own her. That's actually a thought that I hadn't had until this moment. I think that's my going theory. I think that's the way things worked, is that G-Man let Eli get killed. G-Man, after that point, has an in with Alex to get her to have a favor. Then goes back in time, gets captured by the Combine. Alex rescues G-Man, and then G-Man lets her. All right, I think we're already onto something. Just talking this stuff out loud. If G-Man is hatched advisor, why let Alex kill advisor to save Eli? Yeah. So if G-Man is a hatched Sha'ulathoi, he basically brought Alex into the future to kill one of his own kind. The only way I see around that would be if the Combine are creating advisors synthetically, which in the final hours of Half-Life ALYX, he mentions that that is something that happens, at least with the Striders, is that the Combine don't bring the Strider race to where they are and modify them. They're creating them synthetically, with all the modifications, I guess, already put in. So could they do that with the Sha'ulathoi, with the advisors? In Half-Life ALYX, you see them in the train, that they're transporting them, but no real evidence of whether or not they're being made or grown, or however you synthetically make a life form. G-Man puts Combine on Earth. Resistance able to close portal they opened. Best way to defeat Combine is to isolate them. So just talking about how the whole strategy to defeat the Combine goes. I mean, if G-Man's real goal, at least so far, has been to get ALYX under his employment, then I still think that he wants the Combine destroyed. Because I think that is a valid reason for him to say that his employers want the Combine on Earth. I think someone wants the Combine destroyed. But that goes back to the question of who his employers are. So the G-Man puts all these pieces in play over time to get the Combine destroyed. And the best way he does that was to get them to interact with Earth by getting Earth on the map with Half-Life 1. Whenever they create the Resonance Cascade and the portals to Zen, that's what got the Combine to be alert of Earth, to come after them from there. And then eventually Earth is able to, with the Resistance, close a lot of the portals that the Combine had opened and basically keep a lot of their forces kind of isolated from the rest of, the home base, basically. Vortigaunts share one mind through the Vortessence. Advisors covet and trade knowledge like currency. Combine only know what controlled advisors know and learn. So this is kind of the thought that I had as far as the difference between how the advisors work and the Vortigaunts work, right? So the Vortigaunts all share a collective mind, the Vortessence. They all can communicate with each other. I'm hopefully going to be able to find that Vortigaunt next to the cave to where we can listen to that speech from there. But with that, he mentions being able to see Gordon in the 9th chamber. He's able to see basically all the different points in time. So the Vortigaunts share collective intelligence, kind of like a Borg deal, I guess you can say. But the advisors, they communicate through telepathy, but I don't think they have a shared consciousness from what the Bring Grub tweets were saying about them. They trade it like currency. So different advisors, different Sha'ulathoi, trade information between each other, and that's, again, it's their currency. So the ones that went into a deep sleep and are waiting to be rescued, potentially, possibly, or just did it out of self-preservation with no plan in play. What knowledge do they have that the ones that were captured didn't? And would that information be important? I think that's an interesting question. Final hours of Half-Life ALYX say Combine-made synthetic version of species. Could they make... Yeah, so we're talking about that earlier. So already went over that. Soldiers came into Black Mesa to silence. G-Man wanted to silence witnesses. Soldiers related to G-Man. So this is going back to Half-Life 1. So military group sent into Black Mesa to not only cover up, but to silence, to basically kill all the scientists. It's a major deal in Half-Life 1, is you're fighting the soldiers because they're trying to kill all the witnesses for what happened there. Adrian Shepard, one of those people, tried to disarm a bomb that was set up to blow up Black Mesa. G-Man rearmed that bomb. You can see it in opposing forces. G-Man is seen there rearming the bomb, and then the bomb goes off. So maybe the soldiers aren't like related to G-Man. I really doubt that they'd be like under his direct control or employ. But the G-Man obviously wanted those soldiers to succeed, pretty much. And at the end of opposing forces, his speech also mentioned wanting to silence witnesses as well. So yeah, just their goals aligned at the very least. Whether they're actually directly related or not, no idea. ALYX plucked as a child by G-Man. After being saved, she was raised in the Resistance. If G-Man was involved so early on, he knew of the Resistance and therefore the Vortigaunts. Was he not aware of Vortigaunt's powers / motives until episode 1 when they rescued Freeman? So this is another one of those complex, probably unanswerable time jumping questions where if G-Man can travel through time and if the Vortigaunts can also see throughout all of time, again, I don't think that we're talking about traveling in the future, just present and past. I think that the G-Man would have known that the Vortigaunts would be involved, who would be powerful enough to stop him. So that's a weird thing. ALYX ending, G-Man. Yeah, at the Half-Life ALYX ending, G-Man seen duplicating, multiplying. First signs of multiple timelines possible. If multiple timelines possible, and if he can go between them, which timelines are he responsible for nudging, if not all of them? Employers only in individual timelines. This goes into my theory that G-Man's going against his employers by going after ALYX. Because G-Man throughout Half-Life mentions that he's under his employers, obviously. He's told by his employers to act under certain restrictions, is the exact wording. I feel like those restrictions would probably involve breaking different timelines. And the fact that at the end of Half-Life ALYX, you see G-Man breaking off, he's branching off. There's multiple of G-Mans that you're in VR. It's kind of cool. You're looking around. He's everywhere. He's multiplying, walking around you. Could that have been one of the restrictions that his employers wanted him to do? And did he break the wishes of his employers? That, I think, is a really interesting question. If who would employ him to put Combine on Earth? I think we talked about that earlier. If interested in ALYX or invested in ALYX, then the Combine on Earth is for them to be defeated. Yeah, so we already talked about that. If the goal is to stop Combine and Gordon was working towards that goal, what task was Gordon asked to do that he was unable or unwilling to do? So that goes to the whole speech at the end of Half-Life ALYX where, Gordon comes up. It's really cool. G-Man's holding the crowbar. Oh my God, it's Gordon Freeman. He mentions that Gordon was unable or unwilling to perform the task laid before him. Gordon seems pretty apt at wanting to get rid of the Combine, right? Like, that's all Half-Life 2 in both of the episodes. So, what was G-Man trying to get Gordon to do that he was not doing? Or that he was unwilling to do? Unable or unwilling. Unable, potentially, because the Vortigaunts were blocking off the G-Man's influence, would be my theory on that. But that's really interesting, because everything points to the G-Man wanting the Combine defeated, at least in my opinion. But that also is kind of what Gordon is wanting to do, because he's with the Resistance. Gordon hired after Black Mesa. ALYX is plucked at the same time to be fully hired after growing up and saving Eli. G-Man knew he wanted Gordon before the incident and found ALYX who had potential while there. That's just talking about, so at the end of Half-Life 1, Gordon is hired by G-Man, but at the same time, G-Man rescues ALYX as a child from the explosion at Black Mesa. So did G-Man go into that whole thing, bringing the crystal to Black Mesa to have the resonance cascade happen? Did G-Man plan that for ALYX as well? Or at that time, was he only interested in Gordon and then... Thank you, Vaughn. You've answered all of my questions here. You've entered the madman's rants. But yeah, so I wonder if G-Man actually wanted ALYX before he started that whole plot there. Or if he just saw ALYX and saw something in her that was super, super valuable to him. This is it. We're almost done. We can actually play a game soon. I promise. G-Man and ALYX is G-Man from after both episodes. What made him go back to 5 years in the past to get captured? I think we talked about that earlier. Was it his intention to go back to get captured so Half-Life ALYX would happen and he could employ ALYX, or is there another motivation? I think that it's the first part. So to reiterate my thoughts from earlier, I think that at least whenever he became interested in ALYX, he set all this stuff up to be able to employ ALYX. So G-Man saves her from Half-Life 1, lets her live her whole life, be raised by the Resistance. She grows up and is becoming super valuable over time. Then at the point where, through that timeline, episode 2 happens and her father's killed in front of her. End of episode 2. G-Man then at that point goes back in time to when Half-Life starts. And we go through all that. He gets captured on purpose by the Combine at that point so that ALYX can free her, so that he has a bargaining chip to basically say, hey, thanks for saving me. What can I offer you in return? Oh, let me save your father in the future. And then that act right there is enough for him to transact being able to take her into his employment. So that's my theory. G-Man lets ALYX kill Advisor, gives her the same power that powered his prison. That's a really interesting thing, I think, too. So, oh yeah, reiterating spoilers, obviously, for all of Half-Life. I should probably put that in the title here. Let me do that. I'm mainly just doing this for my own sake, honestly, because I just want to talk a lot of this shit out. So, at the end of Half-Life ALYX, whenever the G-Man lets you do the thing that is super cool and that ALYX gets to save her father in the future, the G-Man pushes out this power that lets ALYX shoot, the same kind of power that she was using throughout the last chapter, out of her Russell gloves, her hands. That ship was powered by the Vortigaunt's energy, which also goes in the last thing I wrote down here. The Vortigaunt's freed from Combine and Half-Life ALYX. G-Man prison still powered by their energy. So, a couple chapters before the very end of Half-Life ALYX, you rescue the Vortigaunts. You help them escape. They're recovering. They help with the rest of the game, basically. But they were powering the vault, which was holding the G-Man in place. So when you freed the Vortigaunts, did that not lower the power? It seems like at the end, I mean, obviously, whenever you walk up to the actual vault where the G-Man is, ALYX takes her hands and grabs these two things and uses the power that's surging through her Russell gloves to break open the vault. But that's the same kind of energy that G-Man gives her in the future whenever he takes her into the future to kill the Advisor that killed her father. So I find it interesting that they're using the same type of energy in that case. So, all right. These are all the questions that I had. Let's actually play a damn video game. All right. So those are the questions I want to try to find some sort of answers, some sort of context, some sort of wrapping my head around this, even though Valve themselves probably didn't know what the hell was happening between each game. So, probably futile, but I don't care. Here comes our boy.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until... well, let's just say your hour has come again.
The time has come. So,
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
fucking iconic. How's audio, by the way? I feel like the game might be a little loud.
This is my third transfer this year. No matter how many times I've been relocated, I never get used to it.
Oh, we can fix that. Okay, that should hopefully be a little better. Okay, so G-Man drops us off in a train. Outro.
Well, end of the line.
So at this point, we have no fucking idea what's going on here.
Welcome to City 17. You have chosen or been chosen to relocate to one of our finest remaining urban centers. I
Oh,
thought
joy.
so much of City 17 that I elected to establish my administration here.
I'm
in
fucking
a
honored.
citadel so thoughtfully provided by our benefactors. I've been proud to call City 17 my home. And so, whether you are here to stay or passing through on your way to parts unknown, welcome to City 17.
Welcome
It's safer here.
to Jurassic Park.
Look at this stuff. It's all I have left.
So,
All right, I'm moving. Jeez.
G-Man purposely puts you in the place where Dr. Brain is. The talking head of fucking the Combine. Here's a shoe. Your feet cold? Here you go. You don't want it? Okay, fine. You don't get it.
Welcome. Welcome to City
Oh my god.
17.
Interactive video games.
Chosen or been chosen to relocate to one of our finest remaining urban
So here's an important piece of lore right here.
I thought so much of
Don't drink the water. They put something in it to make you forget. I don't even remember how I got here.
in the citadel so thoughtfully
I believe that man.
our benefactors.
So that's one of the things the Combine is doing to try to quell any uprisings
Whether you are here to
whenever they're taking over. Is they're trying to make people forget where they came from. And this guy is
They never leave.
evidence of those
You never
effects.
see them go. They're always
safer
full. No one ever gets on, but they're always departing, but they never arrive. And the ones that do arrive, they never leave. You never see them go. They're always full. No one ever gets on, but they're always departing, but they never
All right,
arrive.
man. You got problems. It's all right.
I see they took your suitcase too. They can't get away with this much longer.
And that is the premise of Half-Life 2. We must find that man's suitcase. This is important.
I'm working up the nerve to go on.
Yeah.
welcome.
I don't know. It's a pretty fun game.
Welcome
I'm
to
good.
City 17.
Dr. Breen again? I was hoping I'd seen the last of him in City 14. I wouldn't say that too loud. This is his base of operations.
So much of City 17
So Breen goes between the different places. He's not just holed up here. I think that's
provided by our benefactors.
maybe interesting. Maybe not.
Been proud to call
Hey.
City 17 my
What's
home.
your fucking problem, bro?
Whether
You want some luggage? Oh god.
passing through on your way to welcome to City 17.
Nova Prospect. We'll see you later. All right.
In progress. Response.
This must be a mistake. I got a standard relocation coupon just like everybody else.
I also find it interesting that the Combine, I mean, the soldiers are obviously humanoid. They're... Later on in Nova Prospect, you'll see how they did experiments on humans. But, like, they still communicate with English between each other. That's probably just a video game thing.
About that.
Oh my god.
It's me, Gordon Barney from Black Mesa.
It's
sorry
me,
for the
Gordon
scare I
Barney
had
from
to put on a
Half-Life
show for
1.
the cameras. I've been working undercover with civil protection. I can't take too long or they'll get suspicious. I'm way behind on my beating quota.
Yes, Barney, what is it? I'm in the middle of a critical test.
Sorry, Doc, but look who's here.
I'm sorry, I wasn't in my right place.
Gordon Freeman. I expected more warning.
Yeah, you and me both, Doc. He was about to board the express to Nova Prospect.
Well, Barney, what do you intend?
I'm thinking.
ALYX is around here somewhere. She would have a better idea how to get him here.
Oh, as long as he stays away from checkpoints, we should be okay. Listen, I gotta go, Doc. We're taking enough chances as it is.
Very well. And, Gordon, good to see you.
Okay, Gordon. You're gonna have to make your own way to Dr. Kleiner's lab.
Yes, very
Man,
important.
that's what I was afraid of.
Hold on.
Before you blow my cover.
Hold on, I'm busy. God. Okay.
There's
I
no
need
time
this.
to waste here, Gordon. Get a move on.
I need this.
Pile up some stuff to get through that window and keep going to
Shit.
Bridge Plaza. I'll be with you later.
So all pretty bog standard stuff. They just throw you into the middle of the Combine after they've taken over. So at this point in the game, you have no idea what the hell's happening. Uh-oh. Excuse me? Now put it. Hey, I'm working on it. Oh yeah, this is super important. Yes, I know.
concern. Of course, your question touches on one of the basic biological impulses, with all its associated hopes and fears for the future.
This is also super important for the lore. This
I also detect
speech.
some unspoken questions. Do our benefactors really know what's best for us? What gives them the right to make this kind of decision for mankind? Will they ever deactivate the suppression field and let us breed again? Allow me to address the anxieties underlying your concern.
So the Combine, other than putting shit in the water, they have a suppression field that prevents reproduction.
First, let us consider the fact that for
This
the
is him
first
justifying
time
it.
Ever, as a species, immortality is in our reach. This simple fact has far-reaching implications. It requires radical rethinking and revision of our genetic imperatives. It also requires planning and forethought that run in direct opposition to our neural precepts. I find it helpful at times like these to remind myself that our true enemy is instinct.
A killer
was
instinct?
Our mother when we were an infant species. Instinct coddled us and kept us safe in those hard-scrabble years when we hardened our sticks and cooked our first meals.
He's a good speech writer, or just a good talker at least.
The shadows that leapt upon the cavern's walls.
Let's see why he was chosen.
From instinct is its dark twin, superstition. Instinct is inextricably bound to unreasoning impulse, and today we clearly see its true nature. Instinct has just become aware of its irrelevance, and like a cornered beast, it will not go
There you go.
down without a bloody fight. Instinct would inflict a fatal injury on our species. Instinct creates its own oppressors and bids us rise up against them.
Like,
Instinct tells us that the
one of them
unknown
guys?
is a threat rather than an opportunity. Instinct slyly and covertly compels us away from change and progress. Instinct, therefore, must be expanded. It must be fought tooth and nail, beginning with the basest of human urges, the urge to reproduce. We should thank our benefactors for giving us respite from this overpowering force. They have thrown a switch and exorcised our demons in a single stroke. They have given us the strength we never could have summoned to overcome this compulsion. They have given us purpose. They have turned our eyes toward the stars. Let me assure you that the suppressing field will be shut off on the day we have mastered ourselves, the day we can prove we no longer need it. And that day of transformation, I have it on good authority, is close at hand.
The day we finally get rid of anime, we get rid of horny. Okay. That That day is coming closer. So it seems like he believes what he's saying, or at the very least, he's a great actor. If he didn't believe what the hell he was talking about there, he's really good at manipulating words and making it sound like, you know, his argument has no holes in it. He's a really impressive talker. What's going on in there? Some butt stuff? Hey! I just wanted to look at the butt stuff. Yep, there is a Strider. Fun fact, they make those synthetically. Those things are fucking impressive in Half-Life ALYX.
This is how it always starts. First the building, then the whole block. They have no reason to come to our place. Don't worry, they'll find one.
They'll find one. And this is... They specifically put this little playground in here to let people play around with the physics since, you know, this is 2005. They do a callback in Half-Life ALYX, which I think is really a cool touch. They have another playground in there. This is just tradition. We gotta launch the baby. Alright. Okay. Oh yeah, we can also we can play some tic-tac-toe with one thing missing. Kind of hard to. And then you got this thing. All right. We have fun. We have fun with video games. All right. You're coming with me. It's like, and pretty much all the commentary with the Valve devs, like, they always talk about every single moment and how they... I think Ben actually said this, and I totally agree. They know exactly what the player's thinking at any given moment. Yeah, that's right. I'm walking through your house.
Was that you knocking? I didn't even know we still had a door.
You kind of don't. Here. You must be hungry.
Oh, I thought you were a cop.
He's one of us.
Look at him down there.
I told you they'd be coming for us next.
Just this once, I hope you're wrong.
That same speech from earlier. Here, hold on to this too. Smell tension.
I can't take it anymore.
He's gonna be okay.
What are we going to do?
We'll think of something.
Let us consider the fact that for the first time ever,
When is
still-
it all going to end?
I still really like the voice acting.
Please.
It's all right.
this simple fact has far-reaching implications.
Like, that actually still gives some feels. Just some. You don't need to listen to that asshole. Need a bath? Perfect.
Attention.
Alright, yep, so they don't want you going down there.
Count detected in your block. Cooperation with your civil protection team. Permit full access to the wall.
There's no time to lose.
Attention. All citizens in those
Bam.
residential blocks will your inspection.
Oh god.
Civil protection.
Oh,
Get in here, quick. Keep moving. Head for the roof.
head for the loading zone. These God rays are something they added after the fact with the episodes. Oh god. We are on hard, which is not really that hard, but... I must save my son. Oh god. I jumped. You're not supposed to jump there. Oh, thank god, we still have our son. What? Alright. I don't think there's anything in here. Yeah, this was, that was one of Gabe Newell's requirements for the episodes, is that he had to have a child, because he didn't think he had the proper motivation to go through the games. Oh god. Run! Run, Timmy! Oh god.
Over here! Ha, no, you don't!
She just raging demon to their asses.
Dr. Freeman, I presume.
Now you know who I am.
We better hurry. The Combine can be slow to wake, but once they're up, you don't want to get in their way.
Facial animations are still good. Oh my god, thank you. I have my son still.
Dr. Kleiner said you'd be coming this way. I don't think it occurred to him that you might not have a map.
You stay there.
I'm ALYX Vance. My father worked with you back in Black Mesa. I'm sure you don't remember me, though.
That's weird. There's this weird flirtatious aura around them, but Gordon's literally old enough to be her dad, because, I mean, he's as old as
Remember
her
him
dad.
in Black Mesa? Your old administrator. Don't get my dad started on Dr. Breen. Through here.
But that's also a good point in that Gordon was taken at the end of Half-Life 1, probably didn't age while in stasis for this whole period of time, so like linearly time-wise he's as old as Eli, her father, but in terms of his biology he's probably her age. So is it weird? Maybe.
You showing up on this day in particular. We've been helping people escape the city on foot. It's a dangerous route to my father's lab, through the old canals. Today, we're finally on the verge of having a better way.
They did the thing. There's a lambda.
Here, let me buy you a drink. Oh, and by the way, nice to finally meet you.
Can you hold my son? I've got things to do.
Blast that little... Where did she get to? Lamar, come out of there!
Uh-oh, everything all right, Dr. Kleiner?
Oh, hello, Alex.
Fun fact, I named my robotic vacuum Lamar.
Lamar has gotten out of her crate again. If I didn't know
Because
better, I'd suspect Barney
God
of
help me.
trapping and... My goodness. Gordon Freeman. It really is you, isn't it?
Gordon
I thought he was wandering
Freeman.
around outside. Bit of a troublemaker, isn't he?
We owe a great deal to Dr. Freeman, even if trouble does tend to follow in his wake. I must say, Gordon, you come at a very opportune time. ALYX has just installed the final piece for our resurrected teleport.
I can't take any credit for the breakthrough, Doctor.
Nonsense. Your talents surpass your loveliness.
Let's just see if this thing works, okay?
Well, is he here? There you are. Man, Gordon, you stirred up the
This place is
hive.
full of decorations.
We can't keep him here long,
Like
Doc.
this.
It'll jeopardize everything we've worked
Whee!
for.
Don't worry, he's coming with me.
That's right, Barney. This is a red letter day. We'll inaugurate the new teleport with a double transmission.
You mean it's working?
He's here.
For real this time? Because I still have nightmares about that cat.
No, There's nothing to be nervous about.
cat?
We've made major strides since then. Major strides.
What cat?
Doc, since
Don't
he's not
worry
taking
about it,
shifts,
it's
you
just
might
a
as well get him out
cat.
of his civvies.
What? Oh dear, you're right. I almost forgot. Barney, I'll give you the honor.
Huh, I've got to get back on my shift, but okay.
Yo, you're bald, dude. So, this is Alex. This right here.
Here we go. Ah,
And there's Lamar.
get it off me!
Lamar, there you
I
are.
thought you got rid of that pest.
Certainly not. Never fear, Gordon. She's de-beaked and completely harmless. The worst she might do is attempt to couple with your head, fruitlessly.
Get that thing away from me!
Here, my pet. Hop up. No, not up there. No, no. Careful, Lamar. Those are quite...
Oh, not my CRT monitor! Oh, God.
Fie. It'll be another week before I can coax her out of there.
Yeah, longer if we're lucky.
Barney, you're not an animal person.
Alright, time for some experiments.
Well, Gordon, go ahead. Slip into your suit now.
Whoa, teleportation. But what if? What if?
If Dr. Kleiner says you should wear that thing, you should wear it.
I'll wear it when I'm damn ready. Oh my god, baby!
Time to suit up, Gordon.
This shit was wild in 2005, I promise. So, random sketches here.
Gordon, if you please.
Actually, let me go and get
I'm eager
this.
To see if your old suit still fits. Well, Gordon, I see your HEV suit still fits you like a glove. At least the glove parts do. I've made a few modifications, but I'll just acquaint you with the essentials. Now let's see.
Yeah, man.
The Mark
I
V
don't think we've
hazardous
eaten for
environment
20
suit
years.
has been redesigned for comfort and utility.
Oh, this is funny too.
Oh dear.
Doc, we don't have time.
They actually spell out the words on that little thing that he's reading up until he stops. Oh. Well, you know what?
I've modified
Your
your
fat
suit to
face
draw power from combine energy
looks
outputs
fat and dumb.
wherever they patrol.
Meanwhile, let's get this show on the road.
Okay, well, hold your horses. Hold your horses. What else is of importance in here? Until the last thing. Yeah, so, like, he starts reading this thing, and it actually has the words on there, and then it just starts getting blurry as soon as he stops talking. Okay, let's get our
Come on.
power here.
He's ready.
Okay. Lore pause. Picture from Half-Life 1 of the scientist back
You
there.
coming?
So we've got me, Gordon. There's Dr. Kleiner. That's a pretty obvious model. I don't think he's got an actual name, but he was one of the models from Half-Life 1. There's Eli. I think either him or him is Dr. Breen.
Gordon.
This looks a lot like the G-Man, but I don't think that's the G-Man. In Half-Life 1, you see G-Man throughout the whole building. I mean, kind of like in all the Half-Life games, you see him wandering around in random places. Never wearing a lab coat like that, and obviously would not be interacting with them. He only interacts with me and Eli. This person, she's piqued my interest as of recent. And that's because, one, we don't have an official name of who she is. A lot of people think that she's from Half-Life Decay, one of the female scientists there. It's a PS2 Half-Life game that was all co-op, where you played two different female scientists. Never played it. I think it's bad, but either way, she's either one of them, which I don't think she is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's not one of them. But in Half-Life ALYX, towards the end of the game, you're going through, and you see through a little hole in the wall, just going through decrepit buildings. You hear a conversation with the female scientist who as she's talking, it sounds like she's trying to get the vault moved because she doesn't want the contents of the vault, i.e. G-Man, to escape. She also specifically mentions that she was at Black Mesa during the incident. Yeah. I think that might be a younger version of her.
Gordon, why don't you position yourself near the panel over there and wait for my word?
Isaac, are you there?
Yes, Eli. Bit of a holdup on this end. You'll never guess who found his way into our lab this morning.
That's not who I think it is.
Indeed it is, and it's our intention to send him packing straight away in the company of your lovely daughter.
Are you ready for
It's
us,
still a
Dad?
little creepy.
We're all set on this end.
Then let's do
Oh
it.
shit, I forgot to look at
Let's see. The master
Look at another
speed
thing.
flux should self-limit, and I've clamped the manifold parameters to base.
Yeah, that's him. That's the dude from the photo. And also that is Alex's father, Dr. Eli Vance.
Hey, yeah, about that cat.
Initializing in 3.
And Barney, just FYI, Barney is the security guard that you always run into in Half-Life 1. He's the one that actually opens the door as you walk off the train at the very beginning of the game. That's where he referred to that beer he owes you earlier.
It's right there, Gordon.
Oh, whoops, sorry. I gotta do my job.
Excellent.
You gonna let Gordon throw this?
Fun fact. So, again, I'm spoiling everything. So, Eli is who you save at the end of Half-Life ALYX, which is the big thing. That was the spoiler, or the cliffhanger that we've been left with for 12 or 13 years at the end of Episode 2. Eli is the one that dies. He's the one that gets killed by one of the advisors. Okay, fine. I'll do my job.
Very good. Final sequence.
In the scene where they recreated that, he was not wearing his Harvard shirt. They had to patch his Harvard shirt in. Well, sacrifice... I mean, we could have just now sacrificed her. She's not fucking there anymore.
Well, did it work?
You don't really sacrifice Alex. Because in Half-Life Alyx, you play as Alex, right? And so at the end of Half-Life Alyx, she is the whole game thinking, oh god, we have to get this weapon that the Combine have in this giant floating facility above the city. Then they learn through intelligence, it's a vault. They're keeping something in that was at Black Mesa.
Really pays for itself.
Yeah, fuck you too, Barney.
Your turn.
Gee, thanks.
Gordon, as soon as you're in position, we'll send you to Eli.
Damn it, I lost my train of thought. God damn it, Barney. So Alex ends up thinking she's saving Gordon, but when she finally gets to the very end of the game and releases whoever's in the vault, it's the G-Man, not Gordon. So in his speech, G-Man says, "Thanks for coming all this way to save me. What can I do in favor for you as repayment?"
Gordon, get a move on.
And of course she's like, "Get the Combine off Earth." And he's like, "No, my employers wouldn't like that," which is a whole other deal for my crazy brain.
Okay,
Then he says, "What if I could offer you something you don't know you want?" And then they basically teleport you in VR to the moment where the goddamn cliffhanger happened. And then he turns back time, and Alex is able to save her father. Right? At this point, she doesn't know who G-Man is. She doesn't understand the full implications. She kills the advisor, saves her father. Then G-Man's like, "You're valuable." And then he basically puts her in stasis, and yeah, she's like, "I want to go home, take me home," but she couldn't. God damn it, Lamar.
What's going on?
I'm not sure. It seems to be
Hey, buddy.
Stay put. We'll get you out of there.
something's throwing him away.
What's the meaning of this?
Oh, what up, dog?
How did you get in here?
See, he doesn't know who Gordon is yet.
Don't worry, Gordon.
There he is. Oh, we're losing it again.
The man I saw. I'm all but certain it was...
Advisor. There's the recognition. Oh god.
He didn't come through.
Then where is he?
Behind you.
Ah.
Shut it down.
You must get out of here. Get down out of sight. I'll come find
Yeah, Combine know where I'm at. Wouldn't they also know? Like, they just not only got pictures of me, but they got pictures inside of this fucking resistance area, too. That's no bueno. Okay, so to recap what just happened, because I was talking over all of it. So, they're trying to get me to Eli because that's where the main operations are happening. They tried to teleport me. Lamar, the pet het crab, jumped into the teleportation beam as they were trying to send me over. That fucked it up, so now I landed out here. So now I gotta find my own way on foot to get to Eli's base. So that's current situation. Got my suit, but I don't have anything to defend myself with until...
Hey, Gordon! The Citadel's on full alert. I've never seen it lit up like that. Get out of City 17 as fast as you can, Gordon. Take the old canals, right? They'll get you to Eli's lab. It's a dangerous route, but there's a whole network of refugees, and they'll help you if they can. I'd come with you, but I gotta look after Dr. Kleiner. Oh, and before I forget, I think you dropped this back in Black Mesa. Good luck out there, buddy. You're gonna need it.
My old friend. Alright. So now we get to the video game part of the video game. I know it's been a long time coming. But the shit interests me, so I'm okay with it at least. Oh, buddy. Come here. Come here. Don't take my picture. So now that I got my suit, I can sprint. I can zoom in like I've been doing. It's basically just throwing us into the shit. Oh. Physics, 2005. It'll be fine. Flashlight, video games. Loading screen, video games. Get my 3 HP back. Thank you.
Stop! We didn't do anything!
We didn't do anything! That's what they all say.
They'll be looking for
I'm gonna
you
need that.
now. You'd better run. There's nothing else you can do here.
Yeah, they hit kind of hard.
Going!
Now, what are you doing? Oh, you're checking out your hubby here. That sucks. Wait. Video games? Okay. Oh. I'm sitting here trying to aim down sights because of freaking Destiny.
Attention. Unidentified person of interest. Confirm your civil status. Local.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't want to be down here. Whoops. forget if it stops. Yeah, it does stop. Okay. See, it's funny. It's like I remember all the weird lore stuff. You can jump on top of it as it's moving, but if you go too far, that barrier there will stop you. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, now we got that. There we go. Perfect. That took way too much ammo. Oh, where'd you go? There you are. Oh God. Okay. Video game barrels. Oh my God, there's more. Stab. Okay. Hold on. We need to... Can I change... I guess I can't. I was going to try to change the color of the crosshair, so it kind of blends in. Okay. So... we go up here. Uh-oh. Man, the physics in this game were so fun. We actually, I don't know if you heard about what happened during Half-Life 2's development, where they had, like, their whole base demo of the game from E3 got leaked. Someone hacked their network and just shared that shit out to everyone. I played that, and it was super fun. They had like a little ragdoll pachinko thing on a wall that you could, you know, just use the gravity gun to like put people down and just see the physics of ragdolls. One of my friends got it and brought it to a LAN party and shared it out. This is some Half-Life music. Oh God. I have the actual CD soundtrack to Half-Life 2. That was some good listening in the car. Oh God. Which way do I go? This way, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I go down here. That demo was cool too. Like, if you never seen it, they did a Valve actually did an E3 demo of Half-Life 2. Oh, hey. Hey, who was that you were watching on the TV there?
You're not the first to come through here by...
This is the Freeman. The Combine's reckoning has come.
Look, we're just a lookout for the Underground Railroad. Main station's right around the corner. They'll get you started on the right foot. Meanwhile, let my Vortigaunt friend here give you a jolt to get you going. Be careful now.
That he is.
Really can't afford to get noticed. Civil protection catches
We
you
are
out
the
here,
free
it's
man.
Bad news for the whole railroad.
We serve the same mystery.
Hit the road, Jack.
We serve the same mystery. What is he talking about there?
Unidentified person.
I'm writing that shit down.
Confirm your civil status with local protection team immediately.
What mystery is he talking about?
Keep going now.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, he was for sure watching the G-Man. And another interesting thing, just timeline of playing through the games. Vortigaunts, they're all throughout Half-Life 1 were your enemies. Like, you'd be killing these dudes. And then in Half-Life 2, you see one at first standing next to Eli as you're trying to get transported. And now they're obviously, for sure, helping with the resistance. So at this point, like the first time you're playing through, it's like, what the fuck? What are those things doing? Yes, yes, very scary indeed. Fire. Look at this amazing 2005 fire. But yeah, no. Look up, see that? That's a really interesting way to just to show the mechanics of how those things work. They just have the bird fly in there, and then it eats it. I think that's neat. But 2003, look up the Half-Life 2 presentation in 2003 at E3. Like, Gabe, I think it's actually, yeah, I think it is actually Gabe talking and explaining the cool stuff they're doing. Well, that sucks. Oh, God. Oh, hi, bud. Yeah, the enemy AI is not a super strong suit of things, but it's fine. It's good enough for its time, I think. Where'd your body go? Alright, I think we're coming up almost.
This is Station 8. We heard 12 go down and out. Surgical strike units are targeting railway stations. Repeat, civil protection is coming down on underground stations. We're already getting refugees from 9 and outlying. Looks like we're...
Station 8, do you copy? Station 8, are you there? We have confirmed reports of manhacks. Repeat, they're filling the underground with manhacks.
Manhacks. Sounds like a manly cereal. They're pretty generous with the health. It's got your bog standard turret section. Which it is actually interesting that, like, the little camera dudes actually have a purpose in this to blind you. You're not just shooting dudes. Oh god. Oh god, why am I not hitting? Why did I not hit those? Oh god. Oh yeah. Aperture building, I don't think is here, unfortunately. You're gonna have to stick around until episode 2 if you want any reference to Aperture Science, because it is actually a pretty big deal. Oh, god damn it.
Over here! Keep going, friend. That station was raided, but there's others up ahead. I'm gonna stay here in case any others come through. Gotta keep the railway alive.
You do your thing. So, at this point, the Combine have been here, so I guess it would have been 20 years, just about. Because ALYX grew up pretty much her most entire life with the Combine being here. Because in Half-Life ALYX, she has conversations where it's like, you know, she doesn't know a time that there wasn't the Combine here on Earth. So it was pretty soon after... Yeah, exactly. She didn't know what ham was. Oh, God. So at this point, the Combine had been here for probably a good 15 to 20 years, somewhere around there. So they would have had to have taken over... Oh, God. Excuse me. Would have had to take it over, establish all the shit they have, like the reproduction and repression field, putting shit in the water, over time, and then the resistance will have built up over time and set up all these stations. And I guess it's been a big war of Combine looking for resistance, and resistance, basically Star Wars, I guess. The whole deal with the Combine is that they take over and adapt the different races throughout the universe that that they come into contact with. So like you saw probably earlier, those big striders, those big linky looking dudes. That was a race on another planet far away that they took over. Yeah, yep, Combine. Yep. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Wasting him. So yeah, you can think of them as like the Borg. They just take over entire races for their own betterment. A little bit of a physics thing here. Using to roll these barrels down slippery hills. Now, would you do a tire, or would you do one of these? They are... Oh my god, that missed everyone. You'll... Eventually, when we get to Nova Prospect, which honestly might not be tonight, they're basically experimenting on humans. Come on. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to shoot the barrels. There we go. So it is kind of weird, right? Like, it's actually not something I've thought about before. So the Combine... They take over a race, they adapt them to, you know, their own benefit, but then they also, like, leave some of them living. Like, obviously, they have their... Yeah, that is weird. So, I mean, the Combine soldiers that you're seeing, the dudes that I'm shooting, are dudes that were experimented on and converted over to become Combine, just based off of a human, pretty much. But they've also got the repression field for preventing reproduction. Okay, so yeah. So they don't want humans reproducing on their own. And in the final hours of Half-Life Alyx, they confirmed that they can synthetically recreate these things. I don't think we know the answer to that question, honestly. Everything that we see of the Combine is another race that they've co-opted. So that is a super interesting question that we don't know. I think in Half-Life Alyx, I want to say that someone found a model of a Combine, like, human soldier without the face mask on. And it was, like, just a giant brain-looking texture, I believe. But yeah, like, we know an okay amount about the Combine, but we don't know a super lot about them. The earliest known thing for the Combine is the fact that they took over the advisors, the floating blobby looking dudes. I don't think there's a hive mind. There's no shared consciousness between all of them. And I think that the proof for that is that they communicate via radios between each other. Like, as you're doing these fights, they're communicating the whole way through, which an interesting thing is that, like, if you pay attention to what they're saying, they actually say certain things and respond to killing certain dudes. Right. I think it's not so much that they're wanting to share a consciousness, but it's a hive mind in that they're trying to co-opt all of the knowledge in the universe and basically make it bend to their will. First, like, major physics puzzle, by the way. This was revolutionary at its time, having to build these cinder blocks up. But yeah, the Combine's entire goal is to co-opt every race in the universe and basically control them all. Which is why they have the suppression field so people can't reproduce, so that they can control even just the production of more humans. They want to be in control of that process. Oh god. We'll see him again. Oh god, yeah, that's right. This is when they start shooting at me. Yep, oh god. That thing hurts. Fuck, I'm already at 24 HP. Fuck, I'm dead. Ooh, maybe not. Oh god, let me in, let me in. Little moments like that are what make this game so thoughtful, I think. Like, you know you gotta go in the door, but the physics let you deal with barrels like that, and you gotta, like, just take a quick second to pick up the barrel, move it out of the way, then get in the door while that thing is shooting at you. I think that's pretty neat. That sucks. Yeah, he literally could not run until he got his hazard suit from Kleiner and ALYX. Hitting shift did not do anything until that point. I think this is another loading area, maybe. Not yet. So this is a thing. Here's where we start getting into the Zen influence of the world. Because here's where we start getting into the head crabs and all that sort of stuff. See, look at that dude. Yeah, I know, right? Like, can we save this? Can we bring this with us? We need nourishment. That's a little soggy, though. This one is... Textures may not have aged too well, but you know what? That's fine. So, Half-Life 1... I kind of debated whether I should start with Half-Life 1, but I really wanted to start with 2 because I wanted to see ALYX more in action and just pick up where she is introduced into the story. Half-Life 1, I mean, the whole thing is that you start the Resonance Cascade, you put this crystal into this giant experiment, it opens up portals to the world of Zen, which is a border world containing all aliens. That's where headcrabs come from. That's where the Vortigaunts come from. That's where you fight the end boss of Half-Life 1 is in Zen, this border world that we opened up portals to. After the end, I mean, once you end Half-Life 1, you don't close that portal. All those creatures that were coming into Earth through that Zen portal were still coming through. What you did at the end of Half-Life 1 is you killed the Nihilith, which is, I don't know if you've ever seen pictures of it, of the end boss in Half-Life 1. It's this giant floating baby-looking thing. The Nihilith was controlling all of the Vortigaunts. That's why the Vortigaunts in Half-Life 1 were enemies, because the Nihilith was controlling them to, you know, just fight for them and be under their control. Which is also why they're friends with you in Half-Life 2, is because you killed the Nihilith at the end of Half-Life 1. They're released from the mind control, and they also are very appreciative of Gordon Freeman for having released him. But once you kill the Nihilith, the portal doesn't close, because the Nihilith was keeping the portal open on their side. You don't close the portal at the end of Half-Life 1. You kill the Nihilith, and then the Nihilith starts exploding, and that's where G-Man takes you and puts you into stasis afterwards. So all the wildlife of Zen, whether they're enemies or not, kept coming in and in and in to the world, and then eventually the Combine followed suit, because the Combine learned of Earth after all that happened. And that's when they were like, oh, Earth is a thing, we should probably co-opt them, because we found them because they introduced this portal that we saw. So all these dudes that we're seeing here that are kind of like messed up like that is all from the Zen enemies. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Oof. More unfortunateness. Video games. So we got the Resist poster, which we've already seen. I can't read. City 17 is in Russia, by the way. We're in Russia, technically. That's why in Half-Life ALYX you find a vodka factory. Because, of course, you do. Alright, I think this is where we are introduced to what they alerted us on the radio earlier, which are manhacks. I think that's this part. Yeah.
Get in here, hurry. Civil protection is onto us. We're tearing up the railroad, covering our tracks. Looks like you're going to be the last one through. Be glad you're not the guy they're looking for. Poor doesn't stand a chance. Sounds like they're calling in every CP unit in City 17. Now they're flooding the areas up ahead with manhacks. You better get going before they sweep through here.
Which...
Too late.
Oh yeah, let's... Hey, manhacks. Actually, it's easier to kill them with this. There we go. I'm just going to point out, like, it makes sense that they're actually after Gordon. Normally, you wouldn't think the Combine would know who the fuck Gordon Freeman is, but Dr. Breen knows who Gordon Freeman is because he was at Black Mesa during the incident. Breen was the administrator for Black Mesa, so he knew who Gordon Freeman was, and he also knows that Gordon Freeman is specifically who's here because Gordon teleported into... you know what? I forget. Nope. Plot armor. Oh, and he might be able to be killed by the Manhack. I should have let that happen. Oh well. I'm a bad resistance. Well, I'm a good resistance person, but a bad video game player. Oh god. There we go. What's also funny is eventually when we get the gravity gun, those things are not quite as dangerous. And they hit a fucking exploding barrel and all that. If you don't pay attention to that, then get fucked, basically. Thank you. Let's see here. I think... this is a part of the game I don't remember as vividly. I always suck going through tunnels and stuff. Oh yeah, I think I am... yeah, what the hell do I do, actually? Oh. That answers that. Oh. God. What the hell's shooting out there? Secrets? Kinda. Or is this actually... so that's some tense stuff right there, right? I think. Yeah, they are very generous with health in this game, which I am not arguing against. Yeah, so that, okay, that was a secret. That's cool. You gotta earn your health. Now we're Metal Gear, just with a crowbar. Oh, what up, dude? Yeah, that's where I came from. Oh yeah, this is where we get the submachine gun. I love the submachine gun in this game. It feels... it's not like an N16 or anything like that, but it still feels meaty. I think. Also worth noting just general mechanics and stuff. You got the little, oh. Our first little head crab taking over, dude. your suit powers everything that you can do. So like sprinting, the flashlight, other stuff. It all shares the same like aux power that you see on the bottom left. Which I think is a nice mechanical thing. Oh yeah, down here. And just a little place to breathe. All right. Hey. No pictures. Don't you be capturing my soul there. Let's save some of that ammo if we can. You see what he just did? They can release manhacks themselves. Alright, let's take care of that first. Fuck. Didn't get it out fast enough. Okay, yeah, we need to take these down fast. Yeah, they do some damage, which is pretty neat. I want you. I have grenades. Okay, cool. Oh god, 2 health. Alright, I got one of them. Oh god, this is... No! Asshole! Fucking Gabe! He knows! Alright, then there should be one dude inside here. Yep. 2 dudes. Okay, let's not... Alright, cool. There we go. Thank you for that. Oh yeah. We go across here. More classic video game stuff. Steam that will hurt you. Oh, does... I don't remember if they can get caught in the barnacles. The steam blew up the goddamn barrel. I don't think I've ever done that before. Let's throw it up high enough, maybe. Nope, that didn't do it. We might be fucked. Hey, that's my ammo. Oh god. Oh, there's actually health over here, though. Thank you. That works. Video games. Fuck off, dude. Come here. There we go. Okay. So, other fun fact, whenever you see a lambda, that's not just advertising for Half-Life. That marks secret stashes that the Resistance puts around for ammo and health and stuff. So if you see one of those, usually you gotta look around a little bit. That's probably right there, what they're talking about. So you go under here. Perfect. Weapon supply caches. Oh god. back underwater. Oh my dear lord. Let's okay, that's good. Alright, we're getting our health back. So sure. Oh god. I'm not timing these right at all. Oh my god, they're behind me too. Okay. And there's a dude shooting me. God. That could have gone better. Oh god. Hi. Ugh. That was terribad. Okay. Piece of candy. Wait, was there? No. Okay. Thought I saw a Half-Life logo. Oh god. Oh, I remember this fucking room. Okay. Oh god. The manhacks will potentially blow up all of those red barrels, so you have to kill them away from them and not shoot them yourself. Oh my god, more. Yeah, they're coming from the floor. Come here, bud. I said, come here, bud. Oh my god. One more. Okay. That could have been worse, but also could have been better. So, I believe we go up here. I think. Maybe? Or no, you just go over here. These little puzzle moments are what I usually have the hardest time remembering. Like, they're creative when you do it, and it's like you just go through and do it. But as far as remembering specifically the answers, I'm usually pretty bad at knowing exactly what to do. But we're doing okay so far. I know, yeah, so we need to go back up. I think, yeah, we need to kind of descend. Yeah, there we go. We need to get to the Valve Corporation. And we need to climb back up. So now that fills up over here. And we've got more assholes. You know what? Oh god. Maybe that was not the right decision. Okay. Let's try that again. God, manhacks are so annoying until you get the gravity gun. The gravity gun, you can just literally grab them out of the air and throw them at dudes. So that becomes pretty cathartic after trying to smack them with a crowbar. Alright, guys. Come on. Wait, where? There you are. Damn, okay. Maybe we should actually shoot them then. So let me ask you a question. Does this seem like a super boomer game at this point? Like, I know we're still pretty early on, but like, does this look and seem like a super old video game, or do you think this might actually hold up to some degree? Oh my god. Guns just don't kill them fast enough. Maybe I should just run out of that area. I agree. Like, I mean, a lot of the textures, like, I mean, obviously, don't quite hold up as well, but I think one thing that super holds up are the animations and the faces, the facial animations especially. Can I escape them from being underwater? Kinda. This actually works. Oh my god. Yeah, that is a good point. Like, you can argue, I think, either way that they're trying to make a game like this realistic, but also stylized. Like, it looks realistic enough, but it's obviously a video game. I think a lot of modern games, they try too hard to go into, like Valorant, like Overwatch, just like a more obviously cartoony and stylized look. This is like a happy medium, I think. It's realistic looking enough. God damn. Yeah, like this. And keep in mind, Half-Life 2 was delayed a lot. Like, they were showing off a lot of this tech in 2003. The physics, a lot of the filters too. Like, if you remember in Kleiner's lab, there was that magnifying glass that I was looking through. Like that sort of stuff you didn't see in games at the time, and it still looks pretty good now. And unlike fucking mirrors in Cyberpunk, it doesn't tank your FPS to like 15. It was cool, the E3 demo they had in 2003. They had like a whole, like... So it says you, user dead imminent. They were showing a lot of that stuff off. Like, they had these spinning, like, rectangles just in air, just to show off, like, the different textures and effects that they could do. Like, they had the magnifying glass, they had, like, a stained glass panel. They also showed off, like, a little camera. Yeah. I'm not as familiar with Halo 2. I know Halo 1 was, like... That game does not hold up looks-wise. The original version. Like, I know there's the Master Chief Collection version, but... You know, I actually think I forgot what I'm supposed to do here. Do I go down here? I think. I mean, don't tell Ben this, but I agree. We were playing Halo 1 on PC, and like I know it's made for consoles. The controls were made for consoles, but god damn did that not feel good to shoot. Like, really at all to me. Was it made for Mac? That's weird. I'm supposed to... Oh, yeah. Check out this physics puzzle. You gotta free the floaty bits to use to stand on. These little guys specifically. There we go. Or, well, maybe. Maybe we gotta do ones closer. See, it's kind of weird. Like, it's not true physics. Like, some objects that float are obviously made to be stood on in the water, like these things. Because they have you kind of like automatically hop up on them from being in the water. Like this. Like, I didn't press anything to do that. So, like, I think that's where Valve succeeds a lot. Is, like, they know when to make things, like, hard physics and, like, don't script it. But they also know when to kind of script it. Just for video games' sake. That kind of shit was all through Half-Life ALYX. Like, you could tell that they knew... like, what people were going to try to do, and they wanted people to be as immersed as possible, but they also wanted it to feel like a fun video game. It's a super hard balance to pull off, and I think that's probably one of Valve's biggest strengths, and why a lot of the games land so hard for me, at least. Oh god. Let's use that. I'm so glad they drop health. See, I mean, and that's video game-y shit too, is enemies dropping health and ammo. Oh, what up, bud? Paparazzi, you little bitch. Oh god. Now I know your purpose. Fuck! Okay. Don't you blind me! Just little encounters like that. You can tell that, like, they crafted that. But it's not fully in their control. They put the things in there, make them go. You do the thing. It doesn't feel scripted. Thank you. Lambda. So we know somewhere around these parts. Let's see, where is this one? Oh god. That's actually, I think I just ran into like a speedrunning type thing. People that speedrun Half-Life 2 whenever they need NPCs to like go forward faster during the cutscene parts, they take an object and like bounce it over their head like this, and that pushes them forward and just moves them faster because the game is coded to where they don't let things collide with each other like that or exist in the same space, so they code it to where it just glitches them forward. There it is. Oh, well, I fell down. Oh, well. That's unfortunate. We're okay, though. I got full health. Oh, God. Alright. So, HEV suit has a radiation detector built in.
Hey! You're Freeman, aren't you? We got word you were coming. You got here at a bad time.
Black Mesa East to Station 6. Do you read? Dr. Freeman is on his way downriver. Lend him the airboat and give him all the help you can. Repeat.
The airboat.
Has returned. It is critical he reaches Black Mesa East.
We've got some ammo in those crates over there. Help yourself to supplies and keep moving.
Ooh. Alrighty. So the airboat. Controversial thing. A lot of people say that the airboat section is drawn out too much. See, and that's interesting too. The Combine are loading missiles with head crabs, which are not things that they are necessarily in control of, but I guess they're in control enough to put them... I never thought about that either. Huh. And yeah, you saw them hide under the ground there. Hey. Stop it. Yeah, I mean, they're for sure easy to deal with. But like the idea that the Combine are just throwing head crabs into those things, I think they're using those to try to eradicate humans. Oh yeah, this is... That is... I'm sure that does it for someone, but not me. Yeah. That sucks for you, bud. I think they do address this later, actually. Like, throwing zombies. Physics! Yep, that's what head crabs do. That's why they're called head crabs. They're classic. Yeah, I know. They're pretty presumptuous. I think they have brains. So, the anatomy of a head crab is actually kind of a funny, funny topic. For two reasons. The one that's like actually kind of like quote unquote canon is in Half-Life ALYX. The first Vortigaunt you meet, he's ripping what he calls the hearts out of head crabs and is cooking them in a stew, which is fun. The other interesting part is, did you ever see? Oh my God, I'm touching. I don't play Operation good. Do you ever see that no-clip documentary on Arcane? That they showed off the Half-Life game that they were working on, which was set in an area that we will see later, Ravenholm, with Father Grigori, and he was extracting head crab juice to make an antidote for, I guess, whatever illness he had. So that's also interesting. I don't know what illness he was supposedly inflicted with, that he was needing to inject himself with it, but yeah, those are the things you see. I know you're not supposed to actually go up here, but I want to. There we go. Oh, is this an invisible wall? Yeah, this is an invisible wall. Thanks, Gabe. Oh my god, there's another. But yeah, and other fun fact about that canceled Arcane game is the person you play as is Adrian Shepard, the military dude you play as in Opposing Force, which Opposing Force is the spin-off game that Gearbox made after Half-Life 1, where you play as one of the military dudes that are fighting against Gordon Freeman and the scientists.
Hey, Dr. Freeman. I've been hoping you'd show up. Got this airboat all gassed up and ready to go.
Okay.
It's gonna be tough dodging civil protection out there in the open, but drive hard and you'll make it. You'll find more help up at Station 7. Just a few bends up the river. It's the old red barn. Climb on in and fire her up.
Old Red Barn. Okay. I'm wondering if I should look this up first. Let's go a little bit first. So, in the airboat section is when you find the Lord Vortigaunt. He's hidden away really well. And I've seen the video of his speech plenty of times, but I've never actually been to him in-game, and I really want to do that. So let's see if we can point out where he's at. Like, I feel like his whole speech is basically explaining... Yeah, that's... We got to see the gloves whenever we put the suit on, but we don't get to see him actually turning the, turning the thing. Which they have you set so far back, it'd be kind of weird. Your arms would look like way too long, I feel like. Which is actually kind of a conversation, too, about... a lot of people were weirded out whenever they saw Half-Life ALYX at first. When they saw floating hands. A lot of people thought that was kind of a cop-out, but, I mean, they tested having, like, your whole... Like, looking down, your whole body modeled, your arms, all that sort of thing. Oh, I should probably get that cache up there. So I would not be surprised if they actually tested out, like, having Gordon's hands on there, and it just didn't work or didn't look right. Hey. Just canceled out what I picked up. So this is the infamous airboat section. The long and short of this section is that you progress forward and you'll get to a point where it's blocked off, and you gotta get out of the boat and explore and try to lift the barrier that's blocking your way, and then go forward. All right, that's just some ammo. Always welcome. And who do we have here? Where are you going? Where are you going, bud? Huh? Going in that barn to, talk to your employers, maybe? Maybe do a little bit of, time travel? Maybe just be a creepy fuck? Alright, so I am going to be going a little slower in this. The only other option is for me to, like, Google, look up the YouTube video of where to find this Vortigaunt. I think... Because there is going to be a section where it's like, you can't go back. Like, I've already passed one of those points now. I really should look it up. I really don't want to miss it. Yeah, we'll go in here, and I think I'm going to look up where to find him, because I for sure don't want to miss him. yeah. Yeah, this will be another physics puzzle here. Okay. Let's look it up. I think in this guy's video he might show it. Yeah, here we go. This is what we're looking for. That's the end boss for Half-Life 1, by the way.
Work to address Half-Life's greatest mysteries. Allow me to explain. I'm sure if you're watching this video, you're familiar with the all-knowing Vortigaunt Easter egg, but just in case, let me tell you what it is.
Okay, so that's a pretty obvious area, I feel like. I think I'll be able to point that out. That guy's channel, by the way, is actually pretty good. He doesn't just talk about Half-Life, like that's only like 2 or 3 of his videos, but he also talks about like Dark Souls and Metal Gear. He also, yeah. He also is diagnosed with autism, so he talks a lot about his, experiences with that. I don't know. I like his channel. But I obviously found him through Half-Life stuff. Okay, I think that's all. So, like, if I didn't do what I just did and put those little floaty bits underneath that, then this ramp would not work the way it's supposed to. Let's see, and there we go up. So that ship, another race the Combine took over and co-opted to be their little dropship doodads. Those were once a proud race. Oh god. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted at all. Okay. Let's take the fun route. Let's take these guys out. Ooh, that would not be good. Okay, is it in this area? No, this does not look familiar. Bitch. Yeah, this is... Well... No, there's really no... I don't feel like there's any way that I could have gone other than this way. So I don't think I've missed it yet. So yeah, this is what I was talking about. You gotta get off the boat, undo the blockage. Ooh, this is our first view of Combine control tech. The little control panels.
We now have direct confirmation of a disruptor in our midst. One who has acquired an almost messianic reputation in the minds of certain citizens. His figure is synonymous with the darkest urges of instinct, ignorance, and decay. Some of the worst excesses of the Black Mesa incident have been laid directly at his feet. And yet unsophisticated minds continue to imbue him with romantic power, giving him such dangerous poetic labels as the one free man, the opener of the way. Let me remind all citizens of the dangers of magical thinking. We have scarcely begun to climb from the dark pit of our species' evolution. let us not slide backward into oblivion, just as we have finally begun to see the light. If you see this so-called free man, report him. Civic deeds do not go unrewarded, and contrariwise, complicity with his cause will not go unpunished. Be wise. Be safe.
Someone's being...
Be aware.
Be threatening in a turtleneck. So... The mythos, the legend of Gordon Freeman. Obviously, he did not get out of Black Mesa at the end of Half-Life 1 where people could actually see him. As far as they knew, he just went into Zen and that's all they saw of him. But he also saved a lot of people. He took down a lot of the military forces that were trying to kill all the scientists that they were saving. So they remember him for that. And also, of course, the Vortigaunts. Vortigaunts obviously know him because he freed them from the Nihilith's control. So that is how he has maintained a reputation even after being absent for so long. Oh god. Physics? No, sir. Oh my god, no, sir. No. Correct. The first time the Combine is introduced is in this game here. There is no mention, no nothing of the Combine in Half-Life 1. So, the fact that, I mean, and this goes to the end of Half-Life 2, you can kind of tell they don't really plan on making like a full-on story. End of Half-Life 1 is super open-ended. And the end of Half-Life 2 is equally open-ended. It's not until episode 1 that they start really tying stuff together. So the way that things supposedly went is Gordon Freeman in Half-Life 1, you get the sample, which is revealed later that G-Man supplied the sample. You analyze the sample in this big experiment. All the portals to Zen open up, and all the Zen, like the head crabs and all those things, start coming into Earth at that point. So as Gordon Freeman, you're trying to shut down the portal and try to stop all the Zen stuff from coming in. All the while, the military forces are trying to clean things up and kill everyone to leave no witnesses. But yeah, no mention of the Combine. So the way that the story goes, and I don't think it's really specifically explained in the games, but it's just kind of like for people that look up all this shit, kind of common knowledge, is that whenever they made the portal to Zen and all the Zen creatures started coming in, that alerted the Combine at that point that Earth is a thing that they should be aware of. And so once they saw those portals coming in, that's when they started making their way towards Earth. And yeah, so it's Half-Life 1, I don't think that they made that with any plans to have anything called the Combine in it at all. Just like in the episodes, I don't think they planned on tying a lot of that stuff together. I think that the original plan for the episodes was to make episodic content, which for the time was a fairly unique idea. Obviously not so much now, but at the time at least it was. To make episodic content that's shorter length so that you could make it come out faster. Which, lol about that. So they had this plan for doing the 3 episodes. I feel like the 3 episodes they probably had well, I don't know if they had a full through line through episode 3. They probably did. Episodes 1 and 2 are pretty tied together, I feel like. So they probably had all that planned out. Story-wise, at least. But, yeah. It's really stupid for me to be so invested in this when the devs themselves, I think, are more interested in the gameplay and the mechanics and pushing the industry forward, more so than making a compelling story. Like, I think that's Valve. So, like, doing this kind of stuff is interesting in 2005. Like, actually picking up something in the environment to block a turret all the way down here where I'm having to crawl so that I don't get shot. And then, do I use this turret? Oh yeah, I do go in here. Y'all have fun with that. Come on. He ran towards the grenade. Really should be using this since there's going to be ammo in there. Yeah, next time I get into a fight, I need to start listening to what they're saying. Because, yeah, like I said earlier, they have certain things that they say depending on what's going on in the fight. I think they say outbreak, outbreak, outbreak when there's one left. I have to listen to that. See, we made it all the way here to lift that gate, but this shit's broken. Well, good. Forget if there's actually something I do here. I don't think so. Yeah, I think that triggers... Yeah, I think that triggers... Dude's coming through here. Maybe not. Whoa. That was disappearing there. Oh, wait. No, I don't go up there. There's gotta be... Oh, that's right. Okay. Yep. Shoot that, and that blows open that. Okay. That's right. And now there's going to be more dudes. So now we got to go to the turret. Yep. I did not give them enough time to do the thing. Okay, so now we just go all the way back. Yeah, used all that. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, these guys really need to use grenades. Oh god. Yeah. I deserve that. Okay. Where? Oh, what? I did not know they could shoot through tires. Alright, dude. Come here. Come here. Bastard. So, like, the gunplay is a little basic. Doesn't feel bad, but... I mean, compared to... Holy shit. That was fast. That is obviously one thing in modern shooters that has gotten better, like, just general shooting mechanics. Alright. Yeah, so we've got infinite grenades. We need to use them. Nice. Let's see if we can... Oh my lord. Well... Yeah, that was fucked. I don't know. Was there... Because something exploded next to me and it wasn't that red barrel. A little weird. But I am not putting it past myself just being bad. That is obviously the case. Yeah, and there's like the female voice like kind of giving orders to them too. In English. There we go. We're just going to do that, because we have basically infinite of those. Nice. Oh my god. Oh god. There we go. Hey, bud. Remaining unit contained. Yeah, this is an example of torture / experimentation they're doing on people. All right. So that is the first section of unblocking this. Alright, still keep an eye out. So not over here. Not around here. Go this way. It's not over there. Oh shit, alright. The idea here is to not do that. Idea is to bob and weave the rockets. So here we want to go up the ramp if we can make it. Huh. So this could be a problem. Okay, let's actually look where the rockets are going. I'm just kind of going willy-nilly. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Fire killed me. Alright, can we make it? Come on. What? I may just be missing something obvious here. Like, this is obviously a ramp. Whoa. Is it that barrel that keeps exploding that's killing me? I think I'm good. There we go. Alright. Damn. Oh, there's more. Oh god, there's more. Oh, and I have 1 health. Yeah, I think you're meant to have more health than I have right now. Could just load a previous save, but where is my last save? No, Oh, that's way too far back. Yeah, these are some really good projectiles. So maybe now we can outrun it. Touch the burning. Alright, so now we go through here. Oh my god, dude. Okay. Yeah, I'm not supposed to have this little health right now. Alright, so we drive forward. Or not. Oh. Oh my god, I'm stuck. I am stuck. Okay. Alright, I suck. I know. I'm thinking about it. It looks a lot like Destiny, I think. Like, the characters kind of look like Destiny. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know much about Outrider. I'd probably recognize the trailer if I saw it, but dude, these things are a lot harder to maneuver around than I remember. Like, it's actually kind of nuts. Okay, did that. Like, am I just not able to do it? Nope. Alright, I need to remember that there is manual save. So if I get past this part, I'm hitting F5. Ah, I keep hitting the fire. Look at how well those things lead. Dude, alright. Now I'm starting to understand the rage at the airboat section. It's not that it's too long, but holy fuck. Oh god. Oh god. I'm in the fire. Okay. It's like you line up the shot, but yeah, you're leading right there. Alright. Bitch. Okay. F5. That should be a manual save. Alright. Okay. Does it load there? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. F6, come on. Okay. But it's always F5. Wait, can I just go this way? Nope. Okay. Just curious. Oh my god. Alright, we'll let you cross. Alright. There we go. F6. There we go. That's nuts. We'll try not going the hidden route. I don't... That is the thing. Okay. F6. Okay. I'm sorry, that took way too long. That was dumb. Okay, so... because we need that. So, physics. Oh my god. That tastes very good. Okay, so that is obviously not the tunnel we're looking for. It's a more open area, so it might be right after this part. Yeah, they closed the door onto there. You know what? Hold on. Okay. That right there answers that. So, here in a little bit, your airboat gets upgraded. And it is with that upgrade that you are at that section. So that tells me that we will not run into that for a little bit. Good deal. Yeah, so we have to go through the door. Locks cannot stop Gordon Freeman. Forget if there's anything in the boat here. Nope, it's just a boat. Unless... Nope, okay. Anything in here? Nope, okay. Alright. Open barrier number 2. Oh, here we go. We got ourselves our little 6-shooter. This gun feels good. Okay. Yeah, so this is this place. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Come here. Don't have time for your shenanigans. Because... God, that helicopter hurts. Okay. Alright, where is it? Ooh, I remember this. Fuck! Not what I wanted. This is a hard encounter coming up. Where are you at? Alright. Come on. Ah, I missed him. Okay. Hey. At least we can do this better now. Doing better. Definitely doing better. Oh! Yeah, you can shoot in here, can't you? No. Alright, perfect. About as good as one could hope for. Go. Fuck you. Fuck. Oh god. Reloading. Okay. Kiting these man hacks. All right. That went better. Okay, so we go across here. Oh god. Oh. Okay. Oh, beautiful, beautiful thing. Sweet nectar. Alright, oh, BKB. Top off. Okay. Oh god, you're moving. Moving and shooting. Where are you? Right there. I don't like that angle at all. Okay. Okay. Progress. Oh my god.
Remaining units contained.
Get the fuck off of me, bro. Oh, sweet baby rays. Alright. So now we've got that opening. Yep, that is now open. Alright. And we don't have to run all the way back. Because level design. Alright, so that's area number 2. Oh, God. Yeah, those are bombs. I'm on a half pipe. Oh. You. All right. Making our way downtown, walking fast. Okay, I know I said earlier... But yeah, for sure we're not talking to Vortigaunts while we're getting bombs dropped on us. Oh god, okay, good. What's over there? We're supposed to go this way, but I want to go over here. Hey, 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 hey. Okay, those are for sure all blocked. Okay. I mean, this is more of like a scripted type of... I mean, it's kind of scripted, right? Like, the ship does have its own AI. But, I mean, you're on a very linear path with this whole thing. Oh, I think I actually rammed that with... Because I'm definitely not supposed to get down. Yeah, I think I just rammed that. There we go. Give me that. Feels good. Oh god. Can we make it? Yeah, we just gotta... You gotta do it. Nope, that's not how you do it. That is very much not how you do it. So, revisiting this, airboat section criticism, valid. I think I will say. Like, when it goes good. But when it doesn't go good, then it goes bad. I know, very prophetic language. Deep thoughts I'm presenting. Alright, and anything back here? I think that was closed off, but just double checking. Yeah, they're closed off. Oof. Oof. Yeah, they for sure bust out the machine gun every time you don't go the way you're supposed to go. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Can I go up there? Hey. Hold your horses. Huh, they actually put stuff over here. Yes, I know. Alright. It's lined up. I think we're in a safe place. That we is. Oh, yeah. That's right. We've got to put the airboat on the platform and then lower the airboat down. What else is around here, if anything? Before we get too far ahead of ourselves. Thank you. Pieces of candy. We do very much like. Alright. So we put you on here. Okay, dude. What? Alright. Excellente. That was not excellente. Which way? This way? I think. Oh no, not that way. Not that way at all. Oh my God. Forget. Yeah, I guess I think you can just go over here. Yeah. Okay, no. Important coordinates that way. I ran right into that. Did we go in here? Okay, I feel like that's the way they want you to go, so let's go this way for now. And that is a big load of nothing. Oh my God, I hate... Those things track so accurately for your current trajectory. Okay. Getting there. We be getting there. Ah. Hey. Give me that. Oh yeah. So let's recap. We are Gordon Freeman. We have been placed in this strange world, oppressive world, of Combine soldiers after having been taken from Black Mesa by the G-Man. He placed us here. Placed us in a specific place. And because we suck at teleporters, we are having to make it to Eli's base on foot. And on foot, we've run into some resistance people, including a Vortigaunt. Very important. And right now, a giant helicopter is chasing us while we have an airboat to use. Alright. Push you. Get on down there. Perfect. We can also take you. Put you in there as well. Alright. Now I think we've got ourselves a ramp. Oh god. Okay. Nothing back there. Alright. Wait, was that? No, that was not something. Here we go.
Freeman, aren't you?
Well, I wouldn't believe it if I couldn't see with my own eyes. Dr. Gordon Freeman himself.
Hell yeah, brother! I'm the one free man.
Gotta move out before the Combine picks us up. We're just getting ready to pull out.
We better hurry. We gotta tear down this camp and get out of here.
Greetings to the free man.
Come on in. I'll show you what you're up against.
You've got quite the weapon there. I think. I'll take it. Before we go over the plan, let me just break all of your boxes. Well, hold on. You still have boxes. You think I saved the world by not breaking all the boxes?
Don't worry about the airboat. Bort's gonna look after it for you.
Alright. There's another magnifying glass.
Here, take a look at this. This here's the dam. It's just up ahead. Eli's hideout is here, a stone's throw from the apron and nestled in the old hydro plant. But getting there, with that hunter chopper on your ass, next to impossible. Good news is, the Vortigaunt's working his magic on your airboat, so you'll have a little more firepower going forward. I think he's just finishing up now. Go on out.
Alright.
There we are. That gun came off one of the same hunter choppers that you're up against. I always like to bring a little irony into a firefight. Take that chopper down, and you should be able to tear on through to Eli's place.
The freeman will accept this weapon or suffer greatly on the road ahead.
I love Vortigaunts. Can I talk to you more?
We remember the freeman. We are coterminous. There is no distance between us. No false veils of time or space may intervene.
That's the shit that the Vortigaunt...
Go on, Dr. Freeman. I can see Eli was right about you.
I didn't realize that... Those are the same lines from the Vortigaunt that I've been looking for.
We see you still in Black Mesa.
Yeah.
Surely we see you in the Nailance chamber. We bear witness to the bright eternity of the Nailance demise. You leap, you fall, we see you flash between the barriers.
I had no idea.
Get going, Doc. We gotta break camp.
Hold your fucking horses. We got shit to talk about. So, okay. So when he says we are coterminous, that's him referring to the hive mind, the vortessence of all the Vortigaunts. They can see through each other's eyes. Fucking hold your horses. You know what? There we go. We see you in the Nylon's chamber. You jump, you fall. Basically, he's talking about the boss fight for Half-Life 1 there. Let's keep going.
For a brief time you joined us, you are one between the worlds.
That right there is referring to when the G-Man took him. Between worlds, that's talking about that pocket dimension. And we're going to see the Vortigaunts in that same area whenever we start episode 1, blocking the G-Man from being able to control Gordon, where the Vortigaunts basically free him from his employment.
Communion of the vortessence, and that other a deeper mystery, no deeper than the void itself.
Get going, Dr. Freeman. I can see Eli was right about you.
We cannot forget those whose cords you cut. Forgiveness is not ours to bestow.
Right. That's him talking about the Vortigaunts we killed in Half-Life 1.
Let's get a move on. We gotta clear out before they target us.
Unity of purpose, the shattering of common shackles, a single road we tread.
Yep, so talking about freedom there. Vortigaunts trying to shed their shackles because they've been under control for so long. Thanks to Gordon, the shackles have been freed.
The song we sing and shall sing for eternity, no matter the consequences of this struggle.
So they're in it with Gordon until the end.
You have brought us grief and jubilation beyond measure.
I would imagine that grief and jubilation beyond measure being brought to them is talking about just their freedom. Being free doesn't mean that everything's all nice and roses. It's the freedom for shit to go wrong. I think that's what he's talking about there.
We are there still in observance of your final stroke.
So in that Max video,
Let's get a move on. Gotta clear out.
oh my god. In that Max video, he was talking about how all the Vortigaunts can see through each other, including all the past Vortigaunts. So when a Vortigaunt dies, that knowledge does not go away because all of the Vortigaunts still share that same knowledge. So as long as there's still at least one Vortigaunt alive, then that knowledge of all the Vortigaunts and the visions that they've all seen, being able to see through each other's eyes, all of that still exists. So that's why he's able to see them in the Nihilith's chamber. That's why, yeah. So that's what that's talking about.
They target us.
While our only scattered at your feet, you severed the vortal cord that bound the Nihiliths to life and to us.
Mm-hmm.
That sharp spur of hope has not dulled to this day. For once the lesser master lay defeated, we knew the greater must also fall in time.
Get going, Doc. We gotta break camp.
With you besides us, a talisman of victory, the day of freedom draws nigh. Your bright face obscures your darker mask. We call you Sib, although your mind and meaning are a mystery to us.
I don't know what Sib means.
Get going, Dr. Freeman. I can see Eli was right about you.
Far distant eyes look out through yours. Something secret steers us both. We shall not name it. We have endured these chafing bonds for eons, yet a single moment of further servitude seems intolerable. How often have we slipped our yoke only to find it choking us again? Let this war end in either total victory or our extinction. No further compromise shall we allow. We take our stand beside you here upon this miserable rock. The way ahead is dark for the moment. What seems to you a sacrifice is merely to us an oscillation. We do not fear the interval of darkness.
After we're done with this, I'm gonna actually watch that video from Max. I think that'd be a good thing to do amongst all this. I think he explains a lot of the stuff way better than I could.
We are a tapestry woven of vortices. It is the same for you if only you would see it. How many are there in you? Whose hopes and dreams do you encompass? Could you but see the eyes inside your own, the minds in your mind, you would see how much we share. We are you, free men, and you are us. Our life is worthless unless spent on freedom.
Get going, Doc. We gotta break camp.
This is more than anyone can bear, but we will persevere. We have survived worse across the ages. We shall prevail. Where to now? And to what end?
Get going, Dr. Freeman. I can see Eli was right about you.
We have lost all dear to us. Our finest poet describes it thus. Karamba kalilama. Our cause seems hopeless. We have lost all dear to us. We have survived worse across the ages. Our life is worthless unless spent on freedom.
We're in a loop now, I think.
Let's get a move on. We gotta clear out before they target us.
We shall prevail. Our finest poet describes it thus.
Yeah.
Karamba kalilama.
Okay, so let's watch this. I think, yeah, let's watch this together. This, I don't know if they changed this. Maybe we're going to find that this Vortigaunt in this video doesn't exist anymore, and that they just had his lines put in here, or maybe the lines were already with this Vortigaunt. But that blows my mind that you don't have to find this Vortigaunt anymore to hear all this important shit that he says. Okay, let's watch this together.
In the Half-Life 2 chapter, Water Hazard, there is a secret area that can be found if you jump into this drainage pipe and follow it all the way to the end. In this secret area, you will find a Vortigaunt who, when prompted, will deliver a very cryptic monologue. I will be using this Vortigaunt's monologue as the aforementioned framework for this video. I will go through his lines one by one and demonstrate how he might explain some of Half-Life's greatest mysteries. Let's begin.
We remember the free man. We are coterminous. There is no distance between us. No false veils of time or space may intervene.
The word coterminous is defined as follows, having the same boundaries or extent in space, time, or meaning. In respect to the Vortigaunts, it seems that when they describe themselves as coterminous, they are describing themselves as sharing a hive mind. They have a sort of racial telepathy, kind of like ants in an ant colony, but not entirely. This racial telepathy does not seem to be limited to this reality, however. This telepathy seems to stretch across time itself, or rather, how we perceive time. Human beings perceive time linearly, with beginnings and endings. The Vortigaunts do not seem to perceive time or reality in this way. The Vortigaunts seem to share one mind, and that mind is expressed through individual bodies. If any of you are confused, hopefully the all-knowing Vortigaunt's next lines will help you understand a little bit better.
We see you still in Black Mesa. Clearly we see you in the Nailance chamber. We bear witness to the bright eternity of the Nailance demise.
Obviously, the Nihilanth is the final boss of Half-Life 1. When the all-knowing Vortigaunt says, "We see you in the Nihilanth's chamber," he is literally saying that he can perceive the past as if it were the present. Because the Vortigaunts share one hive mind that is not constrained by time, as long as there is a Vortigaunt that survived during the events of Half-Life 1, the all-knowing Vortigaunt can look through that Vortigaunt's eyes at Freeman and his actions during Half-Life 1. He can do this while simultaneously talking to Freeman in the present. He also speaks of the quote-unquote bright eternity of the Nihilanth's demise, but we'll address that more in a moment.
You leap, you fall, we see you flash between the
You
backs.
leap, you fall.
For a brief time you joined us, you are one between the worlds. Communion of the vortessence, and that other, a deeper mystery. No deeper than the void itself.
The leap refers to Freeman using the bounce pads, for lack of a better word, in the Nihilanth's chamber to rise above its head and shoot its brain. The fall refers to Freeman falling back down after he strikes the fatal blow and the Nihilanth begins to die. Upon the Nihilanth's death, Freeman flashes between the barriers. What this seems to mean is that upon the Nihilanth's death, the G-Man managed to grab a hold of Freeman and save him from certain death when the Nihilanth exploded. He snatched him from the chamber, across the barrier of space and time, and brought him to safety in a secure area within Zen. It is in this shift through space and time that Freeman is briefly in the cerebral domain of the Vortigaunts, known as the Vortessence. Because the Vortigaunt consciousness can stretch into the past and maybe the future, and across large spaces, when Freeman is being snatched by the G-Man, he is essentially one with the Vortessence. As for that other deeper mystery, this refers...
Which, the fact that the G-Man operates in the same place that the Vortessence is, that the same place that the Vortigaunts operate through, what if G-Man is related to the Vortigaunts in some way? What if he's either broken off completely from their hive mind, but somehow still able to go through the Vortessence and access it? Or maybe he's still part of the hive mind somehow, but then all the Vortigaunts would know exactly what's going through his head, just like he would know what's going through their head. So I don't think that he would have access to that at this point. The Vortigaunts and G-Men are very similar in terms of their abilities. Where they put Gordon, where they rescue Gordon from, I think G-Man might be a Vortigaunt. A weird offshoot of a Vortigaunt. Maybe a Vortigaunt that got cut off from the Vortessence for some reason. But then who would his employers be? Maybe he just, after he got caught off, different forces across the universe interacted with him, and he's just like, they're just that. They're employers. They're clients of his. What could they offer to pay him that he would want? Huh. I think that's super interesting. Okay, let's keep going.
Refers to the cerebral domain of death. What happens to consciousness after you die? Nobody knows. Not even the Vortigaunts. When one Vortigaunt dies, the consciousness doesn't die because the Vortigaunts share one consciousness. Nevertheless, death still occurs, and one must wonder if that individual Vortigaunt will retain some form of individual consciousness in death. But that deeper mystery is unsolvable for Vortigaunts and humans alike.
We cannot forget those whose cords you cut. Forgiveness is not ours to bestow.
Though the Vortigaunts share one coterminous mind, it seems that their core existential struggle is to break free of that hive mind and find individuality. They are still trying...
That part I don't necessarily subscribe to. I don't think that they're trying to gain their own individuality. Specifically with Half-Life ALYX. This video was made well before Half-Life ALYX came out, so obviously didn't have that to go off of with this, but the injured Vortigaunt that you meet in Half-Life Alyx, he, I believe, wants to get back with the Vortessence. I'm pretty sure. That'll be a part worth replaying. I also just real quick want to make sure that the audio is actually going through on this video. So I'm going to do another ghetto audio check real quick.
Trying to figure out how to do that throughout the course of the Half-Life story, and they have managed some success.
Okay, yeah, it works. Let me cancel all that. Sorry about that. I'll go back a little bit.
How to do that throughout the course of the Half-Life story, and they have managed some success. For example, when a Vortigaunt dies, this impacts other Vortigaunts in a negative way. Even though that dead Vortigaunt was just an extension of one mind, they view it as an independent entity, deserving of certain rights and protections. When the all-knowing Vortigaunt says, "We cannot forget those cords you cut," he is referring to the Vortigaunts that Freeman killed in Half-Life 1. Though Freeman killed the Nihilith and broke the Vortigaunts free from its control, he still killed several of the Vortigaunt kin. Therefore, they do not feel they have the capacity to dole out forgiveness.
Unity of purpose, the shattering of common shackles, a single road we tread.
I have a theory as to why this game is called Half-Life. Of course, it has the scientific definition describing how long unstable atoms can survive radioactive decay. However, it has also been revealed that the name Half-Life was chosen because it was evocative of the game's key theme. I think that key theme is the desire to break free of control, attain freedom, and preserve
beginning of
individuality.
Half-Life
The
episode
Vortigaunts
1.
for a time were controlled by the Nihilith, the human race controlled by the Combine, and Freeman controlled, to some extent, by the G-Man. In respect to the title of the game, are you really living a life if you are not free? You are alive, but you're only living a half-life. How long can you survive living that half-life before you existentially cannot take it anymore, like the aforementioned Adam?
The song we sing and shall sing for eternity, no matter the consequences of this struggle. You have brought us grief and jubilation beyond measure. We are there still in observance of your final stroke. While our own lay scattered at your feet, you severed the mortal cord that bound the Nihilith to life and to us.
I want to bring attention to how Gordon Freeman's name originated. The last name Freeman refers to Freeman Dyson, a theoretical physicist. One of his contributions to metaphysics, based on his more objective scientific research, is a theory about how the mind operates on 3 levels. The first 2 levels, in the most basic terms, seem to deal with how a person becomes aware of their own mind by emotionally and physically interacting with the world around us. The third level, to quote Dyson, is a mental component of the universe. If we believe in this mental component and call it God, then we can say that we are small pieces of God's mental apparatus. For the atheists out there, Dyson is using the word God for pure convenience. The word God can be substituted with the phrase, "from which everything came." If we all came from the same source, call it God or the Big Bang or whatever, one could theoretically argue that we all have a part of our mind linking ourselves to the source from which we came. This is much like how we've been describing the Vortigaunts throughout this video. The Vortigaunts are small pieces of a bigger mental apparatus, the hive mind. Following Dyson's theory, humans are small pieces of a bigger mental apparatus. God, source of all things, whatever you want to call it. The vortal cord that the all-knowing Vortigaunt references is the connection between the hive mind source/God and all living things. By killing the Nihilith, those connections/cords are cut. The big difference between Vortigaunts and humans, however, is that the Vortigaunts are consciously aware of this mental link. Humans are not. The all-knowing Vortigaunt acknowledges this later on in his monologue.
That sharp spur of hope has not...
I don't know if I subscribe to that a whole lot. I think the whole idea of cutting the cord is more so just in a more base sense, like cutting the mortal coil, like the cord that binds you to being alive, if that makes sense. Like, you've heard the phrase cutting the mortal coil before, I'm sure. I think that's all that it's referring to with that part of it, is that you cut the cord of the Nihilith, you cut the life from the Nihilith. I think that's just all that's talking about. That's all very interesting stuff. I don't know if I think that's relevant to that specific line, but
Dulls to this day. But once the lesser master lay defeated, we knew the greater must also fall in time. With you besides us, a talisman of victory, the day of freedom draws nigh.
The Lesser Master is of course the Nihilith, but what is the Greater Master? One might argue that it is the G-Man, and understandably so. I argue that the answer is closer to who G-Man's employers are, but we'll discuss that more later.
Your bright face obscures your darker mask. We call you Sib, although your mind and meaning are a mystery to us. Far distant eyes look out through yours. Something secret steers us both. We shall not name it.
Referring back to Dyson's theory of quote-unquote God being the third level of our mental apparatus, the secret that steers both Vortigaunts and human beings is that third level of the mind. The far distant eyes are the ultimate power that created us and controls us. Again, the existence of God is irrelevant here. It is the source from which all things come. It is the thing that gives life, gives meaning to life, and meaning to all struggle. The extension of the will of quote-unquote God to do good steers living things. The all-knowing Vortigaunt refuses to name it because it is not something that can be described in a way that the human mind can comprehend. To use Wallace Breen's words, it's impossible to describe with our limited vocabulary. For the sake of time and clarity, I will be omitting the following 5 sentences from the all-knowing Vortigaunt's monologue. They are pretty self-explanatory. They simply describe how important the struggle of freedom is and how that struggle is the key theme of the Half-Life series. I will now focus on the final 5 lines.
What seems to you a sacrifice is merely to us an oscillation. We do not fear the interval of darkness. We are a tapestry woven of vortescence. It is the same for you if only you would see it. How many are there in you? Whose hopes and dreams do you encompass? Could you but see the eyes inside your own, the minds in your mind, you would see how much we share. We are you, free men, and you are us.
Much of these last 5 lines are affirmations of what I have explained up until this point in the video. When the Vortigaunt dies, the mind doesn't die. The tapestry of vortescence is how that mind stretches across time and space. It is the same for human beings, except they aren't conscious of it. The Vortigaunts and the humans share the same universe, and all sprang from the same source. And on that level, we are them, and they are us. Before I conclude, I want to put forward a bit more of a radical theory. I'm not sure I believe this entirely myself, but let's entertain it just for fun. I believe that in a way, the last lines of the all-knowing Vortigaunt's monologue is somewhat of a fourth wall break. Half-Life is a game about breaking free from lesser and greater masters, struggling for freedom and individuality. We have established that there are greater forces which drive the Vortigaunts and human beings. Far distant eyes look out through ours. I think there is a reason why Gordon Freeman is a silent protagonist without any defining characteristics. It's because he's an avatar for the gamer. We are the far distant eyes that look out through Freeman's eyes. We are one of the many minds in Freeman's mind. We are the greater master. Freeman could never possibly speak, because with so many gamers around the world controlling him, it would be impossible for millions of personalities to be expressed through one conscious being. However, it is because so many people control Freeman that he's able to achieve such strength, such intelligence, and such wit, and thus brings salvation to the rest of his kind. In that way, he is the ultimate hero. That being said, there are still forces at play that we still don't understand. Though we may control Freeman, who controls our opponents? Who controls the Zen forces? Who controls the Combine? Who controls Freeman? The answer lies with the G-Man and his employers. For now, we have run out of time, so we will discuss this issue in part 2.
In the meantime...
Alright. Shout out to Max Durat. His videos got me kind of down the rabbit hole of Half-Life lore, more so than it was before, for sure. So please go watch that. And also, that's him talking about his theory about who the G-Man is. That I talked about a little before. the whole idea that those last lines are the player of Gordon Freeman, the player like me playing the game, kind of goes along with another theory about who the G-Man is, and that the G-Man and his lawyers are Valve, and that they are controlling Gordon, or they're, you know, they drop Gordon, i.e. you the player, into a video game that you play through and enjoy as you would a video game. So yeah, that's another theory out there. I don't think I subscribe to that for at least one reason, and that's the fact that the episodes 1 and 2 exist. I think that the amount that they expanded upon the lore in those episodes and what they've been wanting to do, what they, I assume, wanted to do with episode 3 as well, I don't think that they would expand on the lore in such a direct way when the entire time they're just playing behind the fourth wall, basically, if that makes sense. I don't think that they would call out things like the G-Man giving Black Mesa the crystal that caused the resonance cascade. I don't think that they would point out things like the G-Man saving ALYX from Black Mesa as a child. I don't think, if it were just Half-Life 1 and just Half-Life 2, those games are pretty consolidated. They're contained in themselves. Half-Life 1, you're the scientist, all the shit happens, G-Man puts you in stasis for the next time, the next video game, basically. And then Half-Life 2, as we're playing through, you get dropped into a situation that's completely different than the last game, with new enemies and new mechanics, new environments, new everything. And then, as we'll see later, the way that they end Half-Life 2 before the episodes is a pretty contained thing, kind of similar to how they ended in Half-Life 1, where you defeat the big bad, you save the world seemingly, and then right at that moment, G-Man comes in and plucks you out, puts you back into your hole until the next video game. But episode 1 starts with the Vortigaunts rescuing you from the G-Man's control. There's a barrier between you and G-Man because of the Vortigaunts, and they're rescuing you from him. I don't think that act and the rest of the episodes, with how they expand all the information that you learn about all the different players, I don't think that they would be so fourth wall-ish, I guess, would be how to describe it. That's just my opinion, though. That's where I'm coming from on that. Okay. So I'm glad we watched that. I am still super surprised that this Vortigaunt is saying the same stuff that other one was. Yeah. So, y'all see anything else?
Gotta clear out before they target us.
Okay.
Give 'em hell, Doc.
For freedom. Yeah, this gun. This gun, bruh. Yeah, it's like, oh, wait, you can fight back. You're damn right I can. Yeah, this is the choke point. They'll shut us out here, yep. Where are you at? There you are. go? Are you dead? Okay. Okie day. There's no way to get over there. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is an easy one. But let's get this first. We are full. Pretty cathartic being able to shoot the rockets. If I can move forward, that is. Alright, we lost a lot of health. For no good reason. There's G-Man. Well. Oh. Hey. See you sneaking up on me, boy. That sucks, man. What is that bell? Is it a wind chime somewhere? I don't think I've actually been over here ever. Wait. What? Can we get up there? No, we can't get up there. Oh my god. Get pleased with the physics on the airport. Whoop. Man, shooting Combine with this thing, it feels so satisfying. Watching him get thrown back like that. Oh. Yeah, there's stuff in there. Alright, I think we're getting there. Ugh. Okay, yeah, I remember this. You've got to go in here. If I didn't block the entryway. Gotta go through here. And do that. Okay. That will let us go through here. So yeah, if we've missed that Vortigaunt, I don't feel bad at all because we got everything that I was wanting out of that already. We've already heard everything that Vortigaunt had to say. All right. Okay. Ooh, maybe it's around here. I mean, I'd still would like to go and see him if possible. But, hey, buddy. Not like hiding behind there. It's not around here. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh my lord. Rock. Yeah, it's gonna be his big dick bomb attack. Oh, not okay. Yeah, buddy. Fuck you. Alright, take one quick looky-loo around here. I believe this is the way you're supposed to go. Yeah, up that ramp there. Yeah, you can get up here at least. Yep, here it is. This has got to be it. Yeah, that's it right there. We'll still go say hi. We won't linger too long since we've already gone through what he says, but I want to see him. Maybe he says something different now. Are you fucking shitting me? Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get more health if I can. Did that happen by design, or am I just too low of health? I gotta know. There it is. Okay, now we got more health. Man, if they patched that out, I don't know why they would do that. I mean, to make it easier to find a Vortigaunt that says that stuff, obviously, since now it's just right there in front of you. But, like, why would they keep this open then? Okay, so let's F6 this. Okay, here we go. Hey, bud. What you cooking there? What you cooking there?
We remember the free man. We are coterminous.
We'll play through the lines.
There is no distance between us. No false veils of time or space may intervene. We see you still in Black Mesa. Clearly we see you in the Nailance chamber.
Fucking preach, man.
We bear witness to the bright eternity of the Nailance demise. You leap, you fall, we see you flash between the barriers. For a brief time you joined us, you are one between the worlds. Communion of the vortescence and that other, a deeper mystery, no deeper than the void itself.
Still not convinced
You
that...
must remember us from Black Mesa.
Yes, I do.
We cannot forget those whose cords you cut. Forgiveness is not ours to bestow. Unity of purpose, the shattering of common shackles, a single road we tread.
Single road we tread.
Your song we sing and shall sing for eternity, no matter the consequences of this struggle. You have brought us grief and jubilation beyond measure. We are there still in observance of your final stroll. While our only scattered at your feet, you severed the vortal cord that bound the Nailance to life and to us. That sharp spur of hope has not dulled to this day. For once the lesser master lay defeated, we knew the greater must also fall in time. With you besides us, a talisman of victory, the day of freedom draws nigh. Your bright face obscures your darker mask. We call you Sib, although your mind and meaning are a mystery to us. Our cause seems hopeless.
Your mind and meaning seem a mystery to us. So obviously Vortigons can't, like, get into the minds of other beings. They're just within their own race. Other Vortigons. Meaning, though. Meaning seems a mystery to us.
Prevail. Far distant eyes look out through yours. Something secret steers us both. We shall not name it. We have endured these chafing bonds for eons, yet a single moment of further servitude seems intolerable. How often have we slipped our yoke only to find it choking us again? Let this war end in either total victory or our extinction. No further compromise shall we allow. We take our stand beside you here upon this miserable rock. The way ahead is dark for the moment. What seems to you a sacrifice is merely to us an oscillation. We do not fear the interval of darkness. We are a tapestry woven of vortescence. It is the same for you if only you would see it. How many are there in you? Whose hopes and dreams do you encompass? Could you but see the eyes inside your own, the minds in your mind, you would see how much we share. Undeserving of consciousness. We are you, free men, and you are us. Our life is worthless unless spent on freedom. We have lost all dear to us. We have survived worse.
Yeah, you can tell different voice actor there. Oh, you've got those kind too. Interesting. All right.
Finest poet describes it thus.
I think I'm going to call it for today. We're definitely going to get back to this. I've kind of dumped all my thoughts into this first stream. So I think the rest of the streams we're probably just going to be going through the games, and if I can find stuff to point out, I for sure will. But I'm...
Where to now? And to what end?
I know that, like, nobody watched this live except for one person. And that one person doesn't know Half-Life really at all. I'm hoping that this gets to someone who cares, if that makes sense. I want someone to be able to talk about this shit with.
This is more than anyone.
I want to be able to explore a lot of this stuff, have people point stuff out to me that I wasn't aware of. Because it seems like, man, everybody's just forgotten about Half-Life and the story, even after ALYX. ALYX was a big deal. ALYX was such a huge deal story-wise for Half-Life. It freed us from the shackles that we were in, like the Vortigaunts were in. It freed us from the shackles of that fucking cliffhanger. Admittedly with another cliffhanger, but nonetheless, we got some reprieve from how they decided, well, they didn't decide, but how it ended up ending. Half-Life ALYX being only VR had to be that way for it to exist. Half-Life ALYX would not exist if it did not start out as just a VR game. The people at Valve wouldn't have gotten behind the project if they started out making a Half-Life game. They started making a VR game and then did Half-Life on top of it later. And then built the whole game. They built the whole game, then they wrote the fucking story. So it's like 2 layers. It wasn't even Half-Life to begin with. And then once it was Half-Life, they didn't have a story for it until they'd built pretty much the whole damn game. But not everybody knows that, even that part. Just the fact that it was VR only, and the fact that it was over a decade since the last time. I mean, Half-Life ALYX was great, but it didn't get people to care. Didn't get people to care nearly as much. And that's the saddest part to me. Because this shit still means a lot to me. I just want it to mean something for other people still too. Maybe not to my crazy weird levels, but enough to sit down and have a fucking discussion about the lore that they introduce with this stuff. Enough to where people are motivated again to start thinking about this stuff in more all-encompassing ways. I don't know. Maybe it's pointless. Maybe since Valve themselves just write the story as they build the game, and don't have like a whole multi-part storyline. When they did, they didn't fucking finish it. I don't know, man. I still love it. That's all that matters. So, alright. Well, if anyone watches this later, I do appreciate it greatly. If you have any thoughts about it, hit me up. I might put this on YouTube or something. And if that's the case, and if you are watching this on YouTube, feel free to comment. All that shenanigans. So, alright. We'll see y'all next time.